energy and lost the match at 3-2 for championship in Aztecs tournament. It was good.
So that was volleyball?
Yes. It was good. Put a scare in Aztec Tigers.
Keep them honest.
Yeah. On work sessions, it's just got to make sure our presenters are available.
Chair, so this is Angelita Benally. I have some email or text messages asking when the work session will begin. We have Valerie, Miss Valerie Jones is on the line, who's the presenter for the first session.
Chair, I feel like we should get going. I think folks can
Yes,
join us.
we're kind of
They can.
breaking our record of convening at a good time. So let's go ahead and call this work session to order. Mr. Mose, for the purposes of letting people know which HES members are on the call, roll call, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Daniel So, Karen, I will be covering for Mose today.
Who is that? I didn't catch your
Karen
name.
of Legislative Tracking with
What
OLS.
was she?
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Bennett. Everyone, I will be taking roll call for HES meeting work session, September 27th, 2021. Daniel E. So.
I'm here.
Daniel E. So is present. Carl R. Slater.
I'm present. This is Delegate Slater.
Carl R. Slater is present. Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Paul Begay Jr. is present. Pernell Colonna. Charlene So. Edison J. Winika. Chair, you have 3 members present, 3 not answering.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's proceed to doing announcements. Before we proceed, Miss Angelica Benally.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For a work session, what is the rule on having quorum?
For a work session, no quorum is required, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we'll proceed to committee members. Any announcements? None. Okay, let's go to invocation. Let me call on Paul Begay. Can you provide us the invocation?
Good morning, Chair Daniel So, Schneider, Honorable Delegate Carl Slater, all the rest of us that are on the air this morning for HESI work session. Proszę ja da dit nie so ja citizen be hada dit se. Kadigin lini ke di penbigi kodo ya. Canada si kisto Canada hot isen. Ado koi nada huit ado le so ta ke ya ke ho ya ho ka to le ligini ta to nanal so ko even that ya health education and human services. Ni det ni go bishma sa ana nil go hot ego ya ta asla nitle ko ko ege ni ka an ke to le ado iya ta hatishi ya paya da til kito banda ti ti kwaido sa kisto sa da te da so ben ka di lo kodo iya ya te ko da ti ni khala ya ne ke don kitne e ba it ko iba the Abahians and his never need in the Schoit. Ado Heshi Kodo nature a Hadatzi don, his down in the on Habson look. Yat ego gives or king, I gives or can't take it, ego e hotegon kissing the hodon. Ado yat the East Song gate art so many Gedon hidden there. At Ishi yat, you cut the East Song on the store, I take up a cut over the East. If you share that they need to call. The Benigi Conti Ben Kodohanada seek is a co. Aroidat and his own lord or the Yado. Though it hasn't gone his whole distinct, the Conasli had Nigi Diego about an hin. Though a yard, but I had Nengi that dental kitten Zago, Ado Yanadel kit. Cohotego, and he caught Mrs. Hall distinct. Evan Sikis edition Holiado, I don't hit that connection dolly. Put ego da Holiado, hit it, then give it a little ingo, a put ego the nothing, and give it a deep cliff. I don't that, so a con hit the nerve, the Kaya for cargo. Just that you know, not being over, so said the Miliaja console of Kaya for Fanazzo, hot nego, hotego. You will so go Kayan because. Nixon had been getting Haholia. He did the door, chief or the Shay, Mado, my son, and Nelson, Linda, so Chenier. I don't say it now, Kadat on Haba. Haba Holia don't have it in, I don't action and Janada is con adult cut it on Habahun. Haba Holia don't that the Huntington dollars, the EC gate, nothing. It's on the Haliado, as shown. John going out of what's out of this. Nasco, I think yesterday that is Nakoti, a Cotego, it's in Haba, Ado and Hunter, the Shida, so the Queen Shib had the large adults, the age, old Traje. Ado Asavaho, some get all partners, Lubasan has ongo combatant and done the Shigida, some covers the handle, the name. Yeah, the Ricardo was called Hotego, in the Ecotego, not Ahmahnas, Blaco, Ashon, the Idarson, Haba, Hodia, called that other agent was a kitten deal and shoulder sneak, not Ahbas. One seat, then gate on a way home, no matter undot only, Tagahot, Zanja, other horse to your tour, Joshi beat ho. Around the Washington, or has got art, so have a fun look. Yeah, they got kitten deal and stuff. Ja, det var ju case a job, but oh, jag är in story. Kunde så gå jag dit ben vi är då. Ja, jag är Jesus Christ, bishop and that. Jag har det så det. Amen.
Amen. Yeah, so Che. We all need that guidance. Yeah. We appreciate the prayer and the thoughts. And we just have to realize that this time we need guidance. With that, we'll go to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Could the folks on the line please identify yourself? Name, title, or program?
Good morning, Honorable. So this is Valerie Jones. I'm the Health Services Administrator for the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care within Department of Health. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman So and HES committee members. This is Tommy Sosi with Office of the Speaker on the line.
Good morning, Chair. This is Michelle Morris, Legislative Analyst for Department of Health. Good morning, Committee.
Yat Beno Chair, though HES committee members. This is Chad Beta from OLC. That's on shit the wheel net this morning. We'll make progress. With that, committee members, thank you for all the folks on the call. We'll go to item number 3, review the agenda. Ms. Benali.
Yes, that's 8 minutes. Yep. Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed work session agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. September 27th, 2021, presiding Honorable Daniel E. So, chairperson, and Honorable Carl R. Slater as vice chairperson. Place is via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting or call work session to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review the agenda. 4, work session reports. 8 is the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support with a general overview, division accomplishments, issues and concerns, and next steps. Presenter is Ms. Valerie Jones, a Health Service Administrator for Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. And at 12 to approximately 4 p.m., B is the impact of COVID-19 and subsequent variants impact on Navajo Nation education of students. Referencing legislation number 0198-21, section 3A. Presenters are Dr. Elmer Guy, President, Dr. Colleen Bowman, Provost, Jason Arvizo, Vice President of Operations from the Navajo Technical University. From the Dene College is Dr. Charles Russell, President, and Crystal Cree, the Director of Legislative Affairs and Policy. And 5 is close of work session announcements and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Again, just for the viewing public's knowledge, on this agenda, do we need a motion and a second?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we'll proceed directly into item 4, 4A. And our presenter is Ms. Valerie Jones. Ms. Jones, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Honorable. So, good morning, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I appreciate you all giving me this time to speak and present on the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. She Valerie Jones and she had Toba National Doshi Bashes Chain Twitch Industry Do, but Ane Dashanella Niji Sunday is Nasha. So I come before you all today to give you all a general overview of Daltex in regards to the personnel, our accomplishments, our issues and concerns, and then the next steps. So within the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care, primarily what we're known for right now are providing meals at the senior centers. We have been providing curbside pickup meals and then home delivered meals to those individuals that are homebound. As as I've been saying, Adultex is not a revenue generating program. We are reimbursed based off of our expenditures. And our funding amounts have been based on the US Census Bureau statistics from 2010. And this has been the the US Census Bureau statistics have been cited in our applications for funding from Arizona, New Mexico, and the Administration for Community Living. And the award amounts have not changed for the past 5 years. We have a total of 8,892 older adults living on the Navajo Nation registered within our senior centers. Now, Chinle Agency has about 2,295 individuals registered at 15 senior centers, 1,498 within Crown Point Agency at 20 senior centers, 1,599 within Fort Defiance Agency at 18 senior centers, 1,890 in Shiprock Agency at 15 senior centers, and then 1,610 at Tuba City Agency at 13 senior centers. We have a total of about 209 staff and 81 senior centers. Now, in terms of personnel, I'm the health services administrator and I have 11 direct reports. So the individuals that do report to me, I have 1 senior office specialist, an associate contract analyst, a program project specialist, a senior accountant that we're trying to fill at this point in time. That position is vacant. A caregiver resource specialist, the foster grandparent program specialist, and the 5 program supervisors within each agency. The program supervisor 2s oversee the senior center supervisors, the foster grandparent volunteer coordinator, and office specialist, a stat tech, and our National Indian Council on Aging volunteers. We have, at the time, was 28 staff that were going to take early retirement by September 30th. However, that number has changed. Some people have rescinded their retirement. So we've got 26 right now that are looking to retire. In the meantime, we've got some temporary staff that will be working. Others will be working from local neighboring senior centers to just make sure that our services continue. And thus far, our accomplishments since February, let me just go through this timeline very quickly. In February, we had dry food donations distributed to elders in each agency. The donations included beans, flour, cornmeal, and 5 bread mix. And then in April, we had our foster grandparent program volunteer coordinators getting recognition for mentoring and tutoring students. And in May, our area plan, the Division of Aging Long-Term Care Plan, area plan was submitted to Arizona Department of Economic Security. It was approved. And then in June, I submitted the report to the Navajo Nation.
Just wanted to let you know that you sent me a check without your signature.
And Winona had told me, I think there's.
Daltech submitted a report to the Navajo Nation Office of the Auditor in June. And then in July, we updated our website. In July as well, our caregiver resource specialist hosted an Alzheimer's education training session on KTNN. I have also been working very closely with our external funding authorities who are Arizona, New Mexico, and Administration for Community Living. So I've been meeting with them on a monthly basis, if not on a weekly basis. So those relationships are being strengthened. There was $257,100 that was utilized in fiscal 2021 to purchase eyeglasses, hearing aids, or dentures for our elders. And then we had some non-cap items that were purchased for various senior centers through the Mexico Caballi. Excuse me. Through New Mexico Capital Outlay Funds, we're able to purchase storage unit for Mexican Springs. Excuse me. A stove at Red Rock Senior Center, microwave, stove, refrigerator, kitchen equipment totaling $21,000 for Hogback Senior Center. And then for Bahala Senior Center, we were able to get a steam table, refrigerator, kitchen equipment that totaled about $9,000. And then I'll get to the meat of all of the issues that I have broken down and analyzed up to this point, since starting with the Division of Aging. So the first one is the unresolved audits from the previous years. The audit findings from 2004 remain current. Our division will require a reorganizational plan, and that's something that I need to work on, or still working towards. But this will include Daltex, the Oversight Committee, the Executive Office, and the Office of the President and Vice President, to ensure that we create an effective and efficient plan to enhance and improve upon the services that are currently provided to our elders on the Navajo Nation. And the plan was to get this done by September 30th. However, with all of the other assignments that I have been working on, and the fact that I am short-staffed without a senior accountant, I will be asking for an extension. And I would like to get this done and completed before the year is over for 2021. Number two, we have multiple state amendments throughout the year, which makes our contracts unmanageable. It does take some time to review and get those contracts processed. It does go through OMB, OOC, DOJ, Office of President, Vice President. Then it goes back to the state, the External Funding Authority. Then it comes back to us, to the Navajo Nation. And then it takes some time again to establish those business units. So it is quite the process to get these contracts approved through the 164. And I think I've mentioned in here that, as I said, it takes some time. It takes weeks to establish business units. There are 5 positions within the Window Rock Central Office that are funded by our external contracts. The Senior Office Specialist, Associate Contract Analyst, Program Project Specialist, Caregiver Resource Specialist, and the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. Now, these positions are all very crucial to the continuity of services. And when these contracts are not approved right away, they do hinder the services that are being provided. And then they result in expensive grievances that I'm currently trying to settle right now. And one method in resolving this may be putting these individuals on general funds, but that's a discussion for future discussion. So I am in the process of reassessing our existing agreements with all the states to improve our grant management for the division. We haven't attempted this before, but I have started those conversations with the states. The third one is limited understanding of the reimbursement method. For the past 5 years, Daltex has reverted our external funds from Title III, New Mexico House Bill 2, and Title V. Our external funding sources are under the impression that Daltex is charging per meal, meaning that the more meals provided, the more reimbursement we get. However, that is not true. Daltex is reimbursed based off of expenditures. And all of our budgets are based on operational expenses. And I can go through, each year. I do have it in my memo that I forwarded to Miss Angelita Benali, who I believe was able to forward the memorandum to you all, the HES committee members. So for about a total of $1 million is what the Division of Aging has been reverting for the past 5 years. That is unfortunate, very unfortunate, but I've uncovered that and really trying to make an effort towards resolving the amounts that we've been reverting. So right now, it's really at the discretion of our agency offices to submit invoices, purchase requisitions, and process those orders timely and accurately. But that is not happening at the moment. I feel like 70 to 80% of our time is spent chasing paperwork, financial paperwork, and then 20% is left, managing teams. I am looking at establishing a performance improvement plans for the agency supervisors to take more accountability for their finances. Then this translates into the ongoing repairs and maintenance of senior center buildings. Daltex does seek funds, for these services to make sure that we're getting the repairs and maintenance issues resolved. Right now, we're looking at the American Rescue Plan Act to assist us in providing those funds to repair and maybe even possibly construct some new facilities. The funding amounts have been submitted in a proposal by the Office of the President and Vice President. The ownership of the senior centers are not formal across the Navajo Nation. DOJ, Daltex, and the Division of Community Development need to establish a plan to have a formal agreement amongst everyone. I think right now there's a lot of talk about the office space agreement that the senior center supervisors, including the program supervisor twos, have presented to the chapters. And DOJ was present at a HES meeting to talk about those agreements, and they were the ones who actually came up with that template. And it was up to the agency, senior centers, and the chapters to negotiate those terms. We also have a lack of technological infrastructure. Some senior centers do not have internet. They don't have reliable landlines, and a lot of them need their computer equipment updated. So it's very difficult at times to have like these Zoom meetings, especially with the pandemic. So most times they call in, but I have at least a handful of senior centers that are using cell phones that have been provided to them through the program to call into these meetings. And we are assessing those issues and taking a look at establishing something more solid for our senior centers. But without the technological infrastructure, that is difficult. Number 7, we do have vandalism at our agency offices and our senior centers. Since November 2020, there have been 3 incidences, and there have been 2 more. I've just found out that Fort Defiance, our old agency office there was burned down. All the, I guess some office equipment was stored in that building, and we just learned that it burnt down over the weekend. So risk management and safety and loss are involved. Chachilca is another one that was broken into. They stole the key to the tribal vehicle. Tribal vehicle is lost. So I don't think we've gotten it back yet. But there are reports of vandalism and reports of our tribal vehicles being stolen. The other thing I wanted to briefly mention or touch on is the confusion between the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support and the Arizona Long-Term Care System. So our acronym is DALTEX, their acronym is ALTEX. So a lot of the times our stakeholders, including the public, get the two programs confused. I know within the Division of Social Services, Arizona Long-Term Care is focused more on the abuse reporting and provide the case management services to those individuals that are in nursing facilities. Whereas Division of Aging is more focused on the meal provision to our elders. Number 8, our financial system is a burden. The overburdening of accounts to be managed is by one accountant is a lot. We do have about 68 business units that Daltex has to manage constantly. And I don't know why we have so many business units, but I've been told that it was at the, it was at the request of Office of Controller. I would like to reduce those business units, but there would be more conversations. And then the lack of electronic transactions for personnel and finance, continues to be a major issue. I have agency offices that are 2-3 hours away, and then those program supervisor twos, have to supervise senior centers that are, perhaps the same amount of distance, like an hour or 2 away. So to get documents and time is these people have to think ahead. And sometimes due to inclement weather, that can only delay the process even more. So like if Tuba City, for instance, they're 3 hours away. So, and if, I need a document that's due ASAP, it takes them quite some time to bring it in. And then the rules can change too within OOC or DPM to say, we're accepting original documents only, or they'll say we want electronic documents only. So we have to constantly make sure that we're doing both. And the next steps for Daltex in terms of what I foresee, I would really like to, as I stated before, enhance and improve upon our services. One way to do it could possibly be through revisiting our tri-state agreement that was signed in 1979. And in that agreement, it was Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah that came to the table and said that Arizona would be the lead in providing the funding for Daltex, or funneling funds from federal through Arizona to the Navajo Nation. But right now, what I'm faced with is working with New Mexico regarding the New Mexico House Bill 2, and then Utah, I haven't heard from. They've been very silent in terms of aging on Navajo Nation. And with the 3 states, I'm looking at, I completed an area on aging plan to Arizona. So with the area plans, those identify all of our objectives for the Division of Aging. And then New Mexico is also wanting an area plan. And with, in terms of updating this tri-state agreement, I would like to have it to where Navajo Nation is just one area plan and one area plan alone, rather than having it being separated between states. I think that is one of our issues, is just the confusion between the age requirements and the scope of work that we have to make sure we abide by. I would also like to hire a senior accountant and an account maintenance specialist, people that are familiar in processing external funds and general funds here at the Window Rock Central Office. Right now, the way that the program has it handled is having an accountant at each agency office, but those positions have been difficult to fill. So I feel like if we had centralized it here within Window Rock, it might make it a little bit more easier, where I have one individual focused on general funds, another one on New Mexico funds and Title VI funds, and then another person on general funds. So Arizona general funds and New Mexico. We are trying to spend our external funds down. As I said, it has been a challenge because just getting our documents processed through OOC does take quite some time. And I am looking at developing that reorganization plan. I hope to have a senior planner to help in developing this organizational plan, and then to look at policies and procedures to help guide the agency and field staff with their decisions in regards to nutrition, trust funds, driver safety, personnel, and data entry. So there are many things that need to get done and organized within the Division of Aging in order for me to move this program forward. And I do understand the needs out there. And I put my application in, and I'm looking forward at just working with everyone to see where we can come together and create these plans. I know that was a lot, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, honorable members of the HES committee.
Yeah, she has Miss Valerie Jones. She Senja Kinensel, and it's as touching, but it's chin, it's Krishni, the She do, Nahabani, the Sanala, Ado, a Shinhito, the Besses in it, or Senja Kinito, my excuse me. So I say, I got it, even that shit. Sit. I had no. But Higginson, Peggy, either Sadalia, I get to at either be a Nahotiki, I get din the leaky by Higginson. Sundla, then a what that need Benet, I so Nijono wasn't get it, no. Could Cottoners and little because on the I see and the has jo de Nildande konde kadeya jo inla okay, committee members, do you have any questions, perhaps statement observations that we could basically look at?
Sure.
Oh, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I guess right at the top, I'm interested in hearing more about hiring the financial support staff in the central office. And I heard Ms. Jones break down I think there's 3 different accountant positions. And if she could just say those again. And then if you're going to revisit the 1979 agreement, what are our goals in revisiting the agreement? Is it does that have an effect on those area plans that were discussed, or are those discrete issues? Those are my first two questions. Thank you.
Chair, Ms. Jones. Tiller, thanks for joining the call, Tiller. Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the report by Ms. Jones. I made the recommendation to have this session, and my main concern had to do with the tri-state agreement. But I think they're probably working on it. I'd like to have Ms. Jones give us a timeline of what the process would be to help with that. And also in reference to what Honorable Vice Chair is asking, I have a similar question on that in reference to hiring the senior accountant and the maintenance specialist, centralizing that. Do we have to do an amendment to the plan of operation to do that? And I think if that's the plan, it would be good. I don't know if you have support from the division director, because I know there's probably some other plans that she might have. Ada, Chair, thank you.
Hakushila, committee members, Ms. Jones, you have the teleconference floor to make a response.
Yes, yeah, Honorable. So, I had Mr. Slater or the Honorable Vice Chair Slater, Honorable Wanika. So for the accountant positions, currently in our operations, we have 5 accountants that are supposed to be at each agency. I'm sorry, 4. I take out Shiprock Agency. I don't know, for whatever reason, that was the way it was written. That's how I inherited this program. And then there was a senior accountant here within Window Rock Central Office. So rather than having them out in the field, I would like to have them centralized here within Window Rock, only because it would just make the process a little bit more seamless in getting documents processed between OOC, OMB, even DPM. And I am working with Dr. Jim, on all these plans. I need to schedule a meeting with her, and I will develop that plan of operation and take a look at what we have now. But in terms of what we have been working with, it just seems like it hasn't been all that successful. Even my position wasn't, created to be successful in my opinion, only because I feel like everything's just resting on my shoulders. It would be nice to have at least 2 program managers to this division to assist me with the business side of the program, including the direct services. As far as the goals of the tri-state agreement, I have been, as I said, meeting with all of the stakeholders, Administration for Community Living, that their federal, our federal oversight, and then we have the New Mexico side, and then the Arizona side. As I said, Utah's not really saying anything at this point in time, but even they at this point don't know how to move this forward, because really they have told me and said that this is the first time we've had such a healthy dialogue with Navajo Nation in all these years. So they're really engaged with me and really want to support Navajo Nation in moving our program forward. So they are at the table, but they've also admitted that this is new, that no one's asked these questions of them. in terms of having one database system that we can input all of our client information into, one area plan that's representing Navajo Nation. Yeah, they're kind of fumbling too. So I need to have more conversations with them, and hopefully, I can also engage our legal team, the Department of Justice. I'm sorry, not hopefully, but they will be able to work with us in reviewing that tri-state agreement, because right now, as it is with the tri-state agreement, I believe we get 1.38% from New Mexico money that gets funneled through to Arizona to the Navajo Nation. And then with Utah, it's only 0.4% that gets funneled from Utah through to Arizona and then to us. So I would really like to perhaps update those percentages and continue, working with DOJ and all of the external oversight authorities right at the moment. And as far as the timeline goes, I appreciate that question, Honorable Wanika. There's I'm only, trying to get all of this done and taken care of between all of the personnel issues that I have going with the grievance issues. And then in terms of developing performance improvement plans for my staff, I have evaluations that have not been completed for the past 3-4 years that I'm also trying to tackle. So I feel like right now I'm just picking up the pieces and trying to glue them back together and then focus on that, and so that I could focus on the bigger picture. But the tri-state agreement will involve more conversations. As I said, it seems like our external funding authorities don't know as well which direction to go with this. I need to talk to Utah, the state of Utah, and get them involved to see what their thoughts are around this tri-state agreement. And I would like to possibly have something solid within, by next year, perhaps July. But those are just, best estimates that I have at this point. But as I said, right now I'm short staffed. I don't have a senior accountant here at Wonder Rock Central. I don't have people that are overseeing the direct services. We have compliance issues that I also need to address within each senior center. You all know the repairs and maintenance issues that we've been facing, which is constant, the vehicles that have to be constantly repaired, replaced. So there's so many issues that I'm looking at that that I need, that I need your guidance and your help and your leadership, in addressing all of it. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valerie Jones. Committee members, any follow-up questions?
Sure.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, Cecilia, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you for the response, Ms. Jones. I very much want to echo what Delegate Wanika said about the plans within the Department of Health. A lot of these finance, grant management, and other positions, I think, are best served when they're within more of a central support office. And it's a way to ensure that programs aren't competing against each other to recruit and retain talent. So I think while the ideal is maybe having 3 different accountant or AMSs to help the program, I think maybe we need to regroup with Dr. Jim and see what other thoughts she has on the, bringing more of those resources back to the central office. And then, the things that elected leadership hear the most often are senior centers don't have funding for food, so the most basic services that they're supposed to provide. There's issues with procurement, and then with vehicles, and then communication with staff on what resources are available and how they can be used by the local staff. And within what you said, I can see how a lot of these larger issues contribute to that sort of opaqueness, where they don't know, the local staff doesn't know exactly what's available to them in terms of resources for purchasing food or for getting vehicles repaired, et cetera. But I really think that it would be incumbent upon the central leadership and yourself to work on those lines of communication, and perhaps work with the Division of Human Resources to do some management training, so that our frontline staff, who I think can get really burnt out, and they care a lot, and they see all the elders in their community, and they're trying to do their best just like everyone else, but they have that immediate face-to-face contact, that they really feel like they're a part of a whole and that they're supported in what they do. So those are sort of intangible things that just come from really good leadership, and I hope that that's the path that we're heading down under your leadership. With these other ideas about revisiting the agreement and putting them into one area, I think that that's a really great idea. And the committee, I'll speak for myself, I think the committee will be pretty interested in pursuing that. What do you think the next steps would be? Is it to make contact with Utah and then convene each of the states with Navajo Nation political and program leadership, and then we can go back to the feds? Is it to get guidance from the federal government right off the bat immediately, so we know how to frame the issue? I'm interested in hearing what you think some of those ideas are at this time to move that concept forward. And then lastly, one of the things that this committee has been really motivated, and you just touched on in your last response, was trying to stand up a facility maintenance or improvement program for the Deltex facilities. And we had, I think, requested that in a condition of appropriation or a legislative concern in the fiscal year 20 budget, and it was line item vetoed by the president. I think we may have included it this year, but we've certainly made the ask to you to start contemplating that and figure out how we can have a capital improvement and renovation plan so that we're not constantly playing catch up when facilities fall into disrepair. So has the program made progress on that request? And if there are policy or structural barriers to that, how can we assist? Because there's the Division of General Services that we also have oversight over, and their facility maintenance program. So I think the idea was that your program and them would work together, but if there needs to be a supplemental funding request to do assessments or other things like that, I think we can entertain that. But in the last budget, I sponsored a carryover amendment to do those sorts of things. I think there was 26 buildings that Mr. Potato identified. I don't know how many of them were Deltex senior centers, but my presumption is there were some. So those are my thoughts and questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Great questions. Okay, so in terms of the tri-state agreement, I would need to talk to Utah, and I'm going at this with the guidance of Dr. Jim here. So I've really been keeping her in the loop as to the conversations that have been happening between myself and the states and our federal authorities. And her suggestion is that I, meet with them internally here, really devise a plan as to what the final product is going to look like. Right now, as I said, everyone's just, it's like unknown territory for them. So they too themselves are wondering how they can also come with their support. So I would like to finalize those conversations and at the same time ensure that, legally we're taking the appropriate steps with these states, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. And just, have a thoughtful, finalized product at the end of it. So as I said, it's going to take me some time, and hopefully by December, we might have at least a draft of an agreement that I could share with Hess, and I'll also ensure that I keep you all updated too with the process. And then with the stand-up facility of the maintenance improvement program, I wasn't aware that. I will certainly take a look at that. But there will be some policy and structural barriers, as you had mentioned, Honorable Slater. Right now, because I'm looking at revising this tri-state agreement and then enhancing our services, like the bigger meat of the program, I'm not able to put out fires, at each agency level too. I mean, I wish there were like 5 of me, but anyway, we will, I would like to hire I suppose maybe a compliance officer. But those are more discussions, as Honorable Juanica had mentioned, ensuring that we have the support from my director here, Dr. Jim, and really write it to what this division, should be providing, which is not just nutrition services, but home community-based services, disease prevention, health promotion, including elder rights protection, like the Ombudsman program, even case managers to the program. So there is much work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Any follow-up comments or statements, questions?
Chair, Juanica.
Honorable Edison Juanica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Ms. Jones, I always have a concern in reference to new administrations coming in. Just like with us, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the 23rd did some work on a lot of these program issues. And then we came in, and now we're talking about Deltex, some of the concerns that you have, and the same with your supervisor, Ms. Jim. She might just have a little over a year left. We don't know. So I always feel like we need to concentrate more on programs under the division to make sure that there's continuity in the plans that we have. And for that purpose, sometimes I feel, that with the plans division directors have for the program, sometimes it's not consistent with what the program's needs are. So in that respect, it's sometimes hard to really work with the programs because we don't have direct supervision as far as the programs are concerned. We're more of a policy-making body. And that's the reason why I felt like it would have made a difference if we would have met with the 3 states as far as the tri-county agreement. And that's why I wanted to find out exactly where we're at on that. But if there's other plans that Dr. Jim has, then we need to work on that together, because I think as a policy-making body, we can make a difference as far as at the state level. Those are just concerns I have, and sometimes there's a hesitancy from the program management because of the division directors. I think we really need to concentrate on helping the people, not who has more authority or who has more say-so, but what will be most beneficial to the people. That should be our main focus. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I may, committee members. So, Ms. Jones presented us multi-level concerns or issues that she's dealing with. Central administration, accounting, contracts, the financial aspects, out at the agency level. Again, having to deal with 3 states and the agency directors also having the same aspects, contracts, accounting, the financial, and having to deal with the multi-business units. Perhaps our agency people are building the wrong business unit, and that takes correction. At the centers, how do we basically? It seems like the goods and services are bought at Central through contracts, and as I recall, there's a contract with Blue Mountain out of, I think it's Monticello. And part of the problem is if Blue Mountain doesn't have an inventory, those orders aren't fulfilled. And that's where, at times, the centers are without food, without goods at the centers. And so in that aspect, how do we as a committee set policy? And that's where we hear it from the centers. The same way with dealing with vendors that supply equipment. Do we, and in those aspects, then sometimes it's dealing with Home Depot, Lowe's, or some other appliance contractor. In some cases, if those vendors don't have the particular equipment that's needed, then it sits, and again, we hear it. If we don't hear it, then our colleagues hear it, and then it makes it look like, okay, Hess committee, you're not doing your job. How come these things aren't being delivered? How come we have a food shortage? And so at that point, it goes back to our financial system, contracts and grants, accounting, OMB, and then OOC. So how do we make those corrections? As I recall, way back in the 1980s, there was an effort to establish a division on aging, just as what we've learned some of the social services programs who deal with elderly citizens in the placement of the or Haskwini Hizani into the long-term aging skilled and semi-skilled centers. They lose track of them. And the ombudsman basically can't really do their work because it's with social services. And social services, it's really dependent on social workers, and the social workers have multi-age clients. And so in that aspect, we perhaps revisiting a division on aging. And then the aspects, again, the area agency on aging requires the Navajo Nation Council on Aging as a pass-through, just like with the Parent Policy Council within Head Start. It goes through them to come up the ladder to the HES committee. And in that aspect, sometimes they are bypassed. And at that point in time, how do we best how do we best assure that we provide the necessary tools that would improve the delivery of services to our elderly constituents? It's just like, okay, if they don't have enough paper plates, and hopefully we get away from styrofoam cups, paper cups. If they're not in the stock room, how do we facilitate a senior center manager going to a local store and purchase, so that our our senior centers aren't sitting there saying, we can't serve anybody because we don't have paper plates, paper cups. It's just in the same way, the senior centers, the vehicles can be gassed up at a local C-store. And somehow that vending works. Then how come we don't apply it to the supplies or food, a local grocery store, when Blue Mountain can't deliver those foods? Those same concepts, how do we make it applicable to what Ms. Jones is reporting to us? And the fact that, the tracking of the receipts, how do we best, accomplish that? So those are some things that I bring to the table, committee members, and hopefully Ms. Jones, I wish we could do an in-person presentation so that we could at least put it on a screen to say, okay, these suggestions is over here program. This suggestion is applicable to service delivery. And this suggestion talks about that program development. And we and that way we could be of assistance. Right now we're kind of like doing what are the young trying to be in the carnival to see if we can make a basketball goal and get a prize for it. But in this case, the aspect is how do we improve it? And Miss Jones, I appreciate the way you're being frank and earnest with us. And before, this type of information was kind of like kept away from the committee. And and it took a change at central administration to bring this type of information. This free flow of information is what will basically assure an improvement in services, because it now hits the light of day and we acknowledge it, and then how we then can proceed. What Ayla, she has to share away, Miss Jones. You have the teleconference floor.
Yes, yeah, Honorable So. I like the way you broke that down by program, service, and then program development. I will definitely start, categorizing, these issues. And then I would really like that. I would really like an in-person meeting too. This pandemic is really giving us challenges that we never really anticipated. So a lot of people really don't know how to go about and make some of these changes. But yes, I think there are, this is multifaceted. I mean, even the name Daltex, although Altex upstairs or social services, maybe perhaps we can just tackle the smaller issues. But I will still continue in meeting with our state and federal authorities around the tri-state agreement to see what they can come up with and finish and finalize those conversations, so I can have, like a draft product so that you all can take a look at it, and then we can go from there. I am, as I said, short staff. I would like to hire more individuals, but I suppose that comes with creating that the organizational plan. So that is something that I have to immediately, work through Dr. Jim with. And Dr. Jim's been very open as well with me and has provided me, the history of the program. As I understand, there really hasn't been solid leadership here for, quite some time. And now that I'm here, all of a sudden, I'm being, I'm getting all the questions, and I'm asking questions too. And a lot of people are unsure as to which direction to take some of these issues that I presented, such as, like I said, the even our funding authorities are confused as to how we need to take this process up. And speaking of which, I mean, with Arizona side, under the older, and we operate under the Older Americans Act. That's what Division of Aging operates under. And with the Older Americans Act, the age requirement is 60 and older. And then with our other funding authorities like Title VI and New Mexico House Bill 2, those funding authorities, their age requirement starts from 50 and older. And then with the tri-state agreement that I have talked to you all about, the age requirement there starts 55 and older. So, I'm thinking that's why some of our staff too are confused as to what age they should start serving. And then with our contracts, Blue Mountain Meats, we spend about $1.3 million a year on food for our external contracts. And so it always surprises me to know, that centers are saying that they've run out of food. And those are issues that, we're really taking a look at their invoices, their receipts, and ensuring that they're purchasing the right items, that they're purchasing enough food. And at this point in time, I think that everyone is just, trying to do the best that they can for the elders that they see. And I agree. I want to take care of my field staff. I want to make sure that they're getting paid, that they're getting their hazard, their safety duty paid, all of that. And I want to make sure that morale comes up within our program. I think there's just, just many issues that, I've uncovered here. And as I said, it will take me some time to clear this path, and, but I appreciate the HES committee members, each and every one of you, and giving me your insight, your feedback, and letting me know like what the complaints are out there, and how we can work together to solve these issues. It's too much just for one person. And so I do need that additional staff too. So perhaps I can start with the organizational plan. I'll ensure that Dr. Jim, is at the table, and have the blessing of HES committee to move forward with these things. And with Council on Aging, Shaja, you brought up Council on Aging. I haven't really had a chance to meet with them too. As I understand, they also have difficulty in accessing Zoom and getting those meetings scheduled because of the pandemic. I haven't really met with them face to face. Well, except other than for President George Tulf, he's the only one who's actually come in and, talked with me. Other than that, I'm still, I've been reaching out to him to see when we can schedule a meeting. Thank you.
Committee members, any further questions? Committee members, any further questions, comments?
Chair, make a motion to accept the report.
Fukushima, motion by Honorable Edison Wanika.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Honorable Paul Begay seconds the motion. In that report, going forward, Ms. Jones and Mr. Abeda sent to your wordsmith. Ms. Jones, please, I guess, designate individuals in the state. Yes, under the state of New Mexico, there is also New Mexico Dultex. And as you stated, Altex over in Arizona. So those names could be the source of a lot of confusion. And so if we could, I guess, have a teleconference with those division lead persons to have the committee really to ask them to request that this tri-state agreement is the renewal, the negotiation has to occur. 1979 is too long. and regulations and those laws that were cited in that agreement from long ago have really been updated, and perhaps then we can basically negotiate a common age that will be acceptable for submitting for reimbursement through this agreement. I can just see an accountant sitting at Window Rock. Oh, this one's not 55, so it has to go to this other bill. This one's 65, and this one, it goes to this bill. And I can just see why it's very confusing. So we have to really update this agreement. And so that would be one of the items. And then also the most immediate would be a plan of operation amendment. The other thought was, committee members, what if we asked Dr. Jill Jim to do a special assignment to even through the Department of Personnel Management, to do a special assignment so that we can get some accountant or financial managers to help Ms. Jones. Could we do a directive in that manner? Committee members, motioning parties.
I'll be the chair. That's a good idea. With my motion to accept report, I'll go ahead and amend it to include your request.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Yes, yes, I do agree with that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. Ms. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Do you have other suggestions where we might be helpful with this, these directives?
Yeah, Honorable. So I think these are this is a good start. As I said, I'm going to continue those discussions with Arizona, New Mexico, ACL. I'll bring in Utah into the conversation too. I also need to let Michelle Begay with Department of Justice know that, you know, these conversations are occurring and what her input would be. And I do have in mind the plan of operation for Adultex, and I'll just have to make sure that I get that all written up. And then as far as the special assignment goes through DPM regarding our financial matters, we do have advertisements that went up, but that was only for one senior accountant. I do have a senior accountant in Crown Point that I will probably ask to assist us here with central office. And then talk to DPM about the senior accountant position that was posted for Window Rock that had closed several weeks now. So I'll follow up with DPM on that, as well as the ombudsman position too that was advertised through the DPM website. But I'm waiting for more applications. And I'll get the interviews together as soon as I receive those applications. But thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Scott, to all the honorable members of the Health Education Human Services Committee. I think this is a very healthy start, and I look forward to continuing working with each of you.
Yeah, Ms. Jones, committee members, we're good to go. If we could have a roll call vote on the motion, and that way the directives will have substance. Kaylee, you're substituting for Mr. Mose.
Roll call vote for Delta, accepting the report. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Haluna, how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Green.
Vote green.
Honorable Carl R. Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edison J. Winika, how do you vote?
Green.
Chair?
This is Delegate Charlene So. I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Chair, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. Honorable Halona, Honorable Charlene. So thank you for joining the work session. We had a fruitful discussion, and I just am thankful we found an administrator that is really been open with the information that she's dealing with. And that's the type of personnel that we really need to encourage and support. Ms. Jones, ahead. So committee members, do you have any other items that you want to talk about before the second part of our work session, which will begin at noon with the issues on the COVID relief or the education system? Committee members, otherwise, if there's no further discussion, I could call for a recess from this point until 12 noon, and we can reconvene the work session at 12 noon. Committee members.
Delegate Paul Begay, motion to recess till 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, committee members. We'll go into recess at this point from 10:51 to 12 noon. Ms. Angelita Benali, have you, it looks like NTU responded and they'll be on the call. Have you gotten word back from the Net College?
I haven't received any response by Dr. Russell or Crystal Cree. However, I do see that Teresa Hatali and Greg Bigman are on the line, but there are some phone numbers. Possibly one of them might be from staff of Tennessee College. Mr. Chair.
Oh, Dr. Big or Greg Bigman, Yate Ado, Chiyaza, Teresa Coffey, thank you for getting on the call. So we are going into recess for a little over an hour, and we'll reconvene at 12 noon. And thank you. The committee is in recess.
Good afternoon, all. This is Angelita Benally. I'm the advisor for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. We have from the HESI, we have Delegate Paul Begay on the line, and we'll maybe wait another few minutes for other Health, Education, and Human Services Committee members to get online. We also have Delegate Charlene So, who just joined. Thank you.
Delegate Daniel So is back on the call.
Chair So, we have Vice Chair Slater, Delegate Charlene So, and Delegate Paul Begay on the line, as well as from NTU is Dr. Guy and Provost Charlene Bowman. And from Dene College, we have President Bigman and Ms. Crystal Cree is on the line as well from Dene College. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benally. Ms. Benali, anybody else on the call? Let me call this Health, Education, Human Services Committee work session back to order. With that, could we then, Miss Angelita Benali, could you review with the participants the intent and purpose of this afternoon work session?
Mr. Chair, the
Yes.
next, you mean, up the agenda, B, the impact of COVID-19 and subsequent variants impact on Navajo Nation education of students. Referencing legislation number 0198-21, section 3A. And the presenters from Navajo Technical University are Dr. Elmer Guy, president, and Dr. Colleen Bowman, provost, and Mr. Jason Orvisto, vice chair of operations. From Dene College is Dr. Charles Russell, president, and Ms. Crystal Cree, director of legislative affairs and policy. And we also have board members, President Greg Bigman, and also Teresa Hatoffley on the call. And that's all I could tell, Mr. Chair. There are other members that are indicated, but it doesn't have a name alongside of it. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Benali. To Navajo Technical University and Dene College. Mr. Honorable Eugene So had presented legislation to form a task force to address the matters. I hope you all have, and Ms. Benali, perhaps you would forward that legislation that you referred to.
Yes.
As a way for the participants to know the intent and purpose. Committee members and folks on the line, there was not a motion offered or a second and no vote, but we did call for a work session to basically discuss how the intent of the legislation, those items that are enumerated on what a study would entail. And the intent was to form a task force. And the committee really feels like a task force does not have any powers and authorities. And so we basically referred this item to a work session to where our educational experts could also enter into the discussion and possibly form a proposal that would address the items enumerated and the possibility to submit the proposal for ARPA funding. And that's what we, the committee had resolved into, and that's the intent and purpose of this work session. So in that regard, President Elmer Guy, Setna Os Ado, Sitai, President Russell, Ado, Board of Regents members, Sanandai, President Bigman, Vice President Hatahi, as well as the staff, Cesada, Dr. Colleen Bowman, and Mr. Arviso from NTU. With that, the chair is open for a presentation or discussion. If you need more information, we can also address that matter. Thank you. Whoever wants to go first.
Honorable Chair, the agenda says NTU. This is Monty Russell from the Net College. It says NTU will go first. We would, you know, if it's okay with them, and we're happy to go first, or they can. But I just want to defer to the chair and our colleagues at NTU without stepping out of bounds.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. There are no inbounds and there are no out of bounds. If we could just basically enter into a discussion. Dr. Russell, do you have a copy of that proposed legislation that Honorable Eugene So has submitted to the committee?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and those aspects that he was wanting us to legislate, as far as what the task force would basically focus on. If we could
okay,
enter into discussion on those items, not necessarily in order, but they're to be all inclusive. And again, Dr. Guy, you and your staff can also jump in any time. It's not a matter of listening to one institution, then going to the other. Let's make it a good roundtable discussion, because it seems like, and basically, Miss Angelita Benali, could you also, we need Doty Acting Superintendent, Miss Patricia Gani, on the call. And folks on the call, there are many, I guess, mitigating items. We're pulled in several different directions this afternoon, and at the time we scheduled the work session, those other items, the veterans issue just took a front row seat to all our work. And so just understand that. And if we don't finish the discussion, we can always call another session to address it because I don't think we can come up with solutions in just this first meeting. So, Dr. Russell, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, my colleagues at NTU, as well as staff and guests. I think what I just want to, again, with the discussion, kind of place some data points and then work backwards in terms of like what we think and then also possibly some solutions. So we did see a flip-flop, if you will, over the last 2 years, last year and this year, that has kind of changed our thought and our thinking going forward. And that is, one, we used to have more full-time students, and now it's flip-flop. While it's kind of broken almost even, it used to be about 60% to 40% full-time to part-time. Now we see more part-time students, albeit just by a little bit, but that is an increase. The second part that follows up to that I think is related is in that flip-flop of full-time to part-time. And it's just to give you a reference, it's not a big jump, but 652 full-time and 663 part-time for 2021 fall, the year we're in right now. So that's what I'm talking about. But what is also interesting in that is in this same year, what we've seen is our non-traditional students, and that is students that are 25 and older, has increased considerably. So that's at 727 now. And our traditional students has now decreased, and that's students under 24 has decreased to 588. So what does that mean? A couple things, I think. And one is, we're trying to figure this out and in doing data, but I think it's also important because it's a larger conversation. So part of that, in terms of just our initial view of this, is that colleges became more accessible this year to students that before they couldn't. Before they thought, if I go to ASU, I have to go to Tempe. If I wanted to go to Utah, I have to go to, Salt Lake. But that has changed. And so I think that is one thing that we're seeing in terms of the drop. The other is, we're thinking that more younger students are just not going in. So another data point going into college. So another data point that I want to bring up that I think is all connected, and it goes back to then what do we do at the K-12 level and our level, is we saw a drop this fall in our incoming freshmen from 199 that freshmen that would come straight out of high school into our college. That dropped down to 99. So now all of a sudden, where we used to have 100 extra students, that now has dropped almost in half, really, right? So it goes back to the points, I brought up earlier about more non-traditional students, more part-time students. So what does that mean, I think, in terms of when we look forward? One, the part-time students, it's families that are able to take classes and continue their education. And I think this also plays into what we saw with a lot of, of the information across the country, where a lot of, people just decided, I'm not going to continue in the job I'm in. So part-time, they're kind of starting and they're going back to school. So that's a great opportunity, but it comes back to, I think, the points that you have on some of these lists. So I wanted to start with those couple data points because I think it's relevant then in exactly what it is that we're looking at and how do we provide support, not just for those parents that are going back or those students coming out of high school, but also I think there's a link between what kind of support we can give to our Dannett College students and the support that's needed at the K-12 level. I think that's the same solution. And we're trying something new with that at Diné College. We're creating micro campuses that are open to K-12 that will provide, if you're talking about one of the other things that we saw this fall was we saw a big increase in that 99, students that came in, that they just were less prepared for college than the previous year. And that's understandable, right? And we understand that that's part of the COVID, what I call the COVID slide. That's understandable that you're going to have that the instruction was different from what they had gone through, 12 years of school, and all of a sudden it changes. So we understand that. But I think what it also shows us, at least from our perspective, is we as Diné College need to go, I'm not going to say backwards, but we need to go to the K-12 level. We need to now start working, and how do we work with the K-12 institutions so that we can provide a bridge? There's always a lot of programs that are bridge programs, but now it's even more so, and it's even more needed because of the impact of distance learning, the impact of safety, the impact of the lack of quality teachers just because of what we're all dealing with. So I think that's something that, in terms of that looking at what kind of remediation and plan for remediation of learning loss during the pandemic, I think that's something that we're trying. So our micro campuses, which we've developed 2, and then we have, then 6 other campuses, and we're in the process of developing 2 more, would be a place where a student, this part-time student, could come, take a class in college, continue their degree pursuit, but they could also, because a majority of our non-traditional students have families that are in K-12, they could then bring their child and then receive tutoring from our students who are doing work study. And in areas that we don't have that, this is something that I think could be scaled up to provide a Navajo, you talk about a plans for an ARPA grant, is a plan for a Navajo tutoring corps. Because what research has shown and been talking about is, how do you make up the lack of learning because of COVID? It needs to be targeted and it needs to be accelerated. And by having college students being able to provide that accelerated and targeted tutoring for the K-12 students, you can have an impact. And it could be doesn't have to be at our sites. It could be at every BIE funded school, because enrollments are dropping. So there are empty classrooms galore out there, and they could provide these tutoring where we have an agreement with Diné College, NTU. It could be with the scholarship office to say, in order to get this or extra money, like creating the Chief Manuelito Scholarship, they could get an additional $1,000 for college if they agree to tutor in their community. It could be at the chapter house. And so when you start taking this apart and you have students, I think it becomes something that is salvageable in terms of not just saying it has to be at the school level. It has to be a community approach, I think, to help not only with the K-12, but then the bridge of the high school going into college, and not just for NTU or Diné College, but whatever college they want to. So if a student is taking online courses at Arizona State University or New Mexico State University, and they are living in Round Rock or Nazlini, they could then be one of the tutors that is working in their community helping K-12. And so, I think so that's one way. The training of teachers in our teacher ed program, what we did 2 years ago is not what we're doing today. So we're giving more training in how do you be a successful online teacher. They're learning by doing, because there's no other choice right now, right? But it doesn't mean that we still just keep the bar low. We need to really kind of provide that opportunity. And I think those could be partnerships with some of the teachers that are out there. That could be, who are really good at using technology. And so you could even have a teacher corps that is helping to train other teachers on how to use technology. You know, I guess the way we're trying to look at it, Dannett College, is this is an all hands on deck or an all government approach, if you will, because, you know, we all saw the results of the the National Indian Education Study, which showed about 2 years behind normal for Native students. If you add COVID, you're now talking about 3 to 4 years behind. We got to do something that's in addition to what we're doing right now. And, you know, and I think you're all aware of this, but I just want to point this out. You know, the ARPA funds that went directly just to Navajo schools, right? Not the other BIE funded schools but just the Navajo BIE funded schools, not the public, was $71 million to provide support. So money is not the issue for an idea right now. I think, you know, with 71 million across just our BIE funded 66 schools, there, you know, if we can come up with a plan, there is a way to address, I think, some of this slide that we're looking at. I got a lot more, but rather than keep going, I can go ahead and stop there and allow NTU to present, or if there are any questions at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Shekna Ash, Dr. Elmer Guy. You can jump into the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we're having a little technical difficulty. We have a new smart board. For some reason, it's not, the audio is not playing well. We're trying to push up our PowerPoint here. Members of the committee, I think we got our smart board working. I will use the PowerPoint to make our presentation. I'm here with our provost, Dr. Bowman, with me, and we appreciate this opportunity to share some information. I'm glad that the committee is concerned about what's happening at our higher education institutions. Otherwise, we don't really hear from anyone from Navajo to see how we're doing or how our students are doing. The only one was from a PBS. They wanted to do a documentary and they selected NTU to share some information because somehow they learned that we did very well dealing with the pandemic, and they wanted to learn about our innovation. If we could go to the next slide. We just took the questions in the legislation, and here's the number for, started with spring 2020, and it shows an enrollment of 1,729 students, and 62 of the students withdrew, and a dropout rate of 3.59%. Fall 2020, we had enrollment of 1,350, 38 withdrew, dropout rate 2.81%. And spring 2021, we had 1,259. This is the lowest we had, and then the most dropout of 89. Then the dropout rate was 7.07%. And then the fall 2021, our enrollment is starting to grow, and it was recorded at 1,399. And so far 12 withdrew, and at 0.86%. This is all students, not just Navajo, but about 95% of our enrollment are Navajo students. If we go to the next slide. Plans for remediation. during the pandemic, we've pivoted to doing online course delivery. So we also had to provide online teaching and learning for students. We've purchased laptops, tablets, hotspot devices, and provided those to students at no cost to them. We provided hotspot areas mostly in parking lots. And here at the main campus, we offered them free lunch. And we also allowed any higher education student to access a hotspot on our sites. We've implemented the traditional snail mail where faculty would mail out assignments with a pre-postage paid envelope where students will return their assignments by mail. And we've instituted a homework express where our transportation department delivered assignments to a certain area throughout the Navajo community where they drop off and pick up assignments from students. We've developed what we call intersession courses. This is right after the semester ends in the fall and spring. And we offer courses that students need to graduate. And many of them took this opportunity to catch up with their progression, their academic progression. We've established an online continuity plan for faculty and students. Some of the other things that we did to help students, we offered 50% discount on tuition. We've increased online and hybrid courses. Hybrid courses are mainly online, and one day they would come on campus for face-to-face. So it's a combination of online and face-to-face. We've made PPE equipment and supplies available to students, our staff and faculty. We've required COVID vaccination for this fall. They had to show that in order to register and come on campus. I have to say that Indian Health Services have been extremely helpful. They worked with us to administer weekly tests, COVID tests, mainly for our residential students, or when one of the staff or faculty were exposed to COVID, and they would do the testing. And they've given us tests that we could administer ourselves. So that would really help with testing and if we needed to isolate anyone. Our biology department are set up now here in Crown Point where they do the COVID testing and the results are done in an hour's time. We require all masks to be worn at all of our sites. We have security that are enforcing that. And then the temperature check stations at all high traffic areas. When you're coming onto campus, security will check them. And then certain classes, the faculty will also check the temperature of students before they enter the classroom. We've given faculty members also a handheld thermometers to check student temperatures. And these, I think, are some important steps that we had to put in place. And then every Thursday, we have a COVID task force meeting, and we would discuss certain issues, like if there's a travel being requested to certain communities, we would approve that through that process. We've upgraded our management system. We now use Blackboard Ultra and Blackboard Collaborate. We used to use what we call Moodle for online course delivery. And we're now using Blackboard, which is a little bit more comprehensive. We require online teaching and learning training for all faculty, especially those that are going to be teaching online for the first time. They have to go through a series of training, which is also required by the Higher Learning Commission. We provided last summer and this summer free, what we call developmental studies. And these are students that are not at a level where they should be in math, in science, in writing. That's what we usually find when we get new students enrolled from any high school. So during the summer, we provided these free, hoping that if they take these classes and when they come in to campus in the fall, they'll be ready or they'll be closer to where they should be. Next slide. This is plans for training teachers in providing effective evidence-based online education and whether teachers are prepared to use online teaching methods. The Online Education Committee meets to address online teaching and learning needs for faculty and students. OEC includes faculty, staff, and administration. We have an e-learning director assessing online education on a regular basis by surveys and data collection. I mentioned here, we transitioned from Moodle to Blackboard Ultra at the direction of the faculty. All faculty and adjunct are required to complete the Blackboard Essentials course to ensure best practices and federal education requirements for online education. The e-learning department, in collaboration with faculty, online faculty support resources are available online and through our membership and agreements. Online Education Consortium, OLC, the National Council State Authorization Reciprocity Agreement. That's an agreement for providing online coursework that we have with what we call SARA, the Higher Learning Commission, the Western Interstate Commission on Higher Education, Quality Matters, Magna Publication, and others. Providing online education, you have to work with these entities. You just don't decide to do an online course. You have to go through a process. You have to train your faculty in order to do it properly. NTU is approved by the Higher Learning Commission to offer 6 fully online degrees. We have 1 Master's of Science degree in Management Information, which is completely online. And then a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration, Associates in Accounting, Public Administration, Mathematics, and General Education courses. Trades instructor did something kind of, was very interesting. They use YouTube to create a video of the students to get credit for some of their work and like fixing vehicles at their own homes as class projects. Hybrid courses provided via Blackboard, Collaborate, Zoom, and other platforms also that is being used. Next slide. The impact of internet connectivity issues on students' participation on daily online school instruction and activities. NTU is doing quite a bit in this area. Our IT department addresses the challenge of the lack of internet connectivity. Some of the things they did is we've collaborated with some of the the telecommunication companies like Frontier, Sacred Wind, the internet service providers in the surrounding areas to provide internet hotspots and service areas of the Navajo Nation. NTUA also provided some hotspots as well as the college. Some of the university also had some hotspots. And it's really, I think we were all working together trying to help students complete their courses online. We've purchased computers, MiFi devices, which taps into the mobile phone networks and uses this connection to create a mini wireless broadband hotspot. However, if a cell phone does not work in a student's home, the MiFi will not work. Students have to drive distances in excess of 40 miles to access to internet. One of the things that we did was we negotiated with T-Mobile, and there's usually a data cap on the usage of their internet services. And the T-Mobile now removed that cap to where it's unlimited usage for users. Faculty members also, we supported them with MiFi devices to connect to the internet and our access to their campus offices to conduct their online courses. Many of our faculty continue to come on campus because that's where the internet connectivity is, that's where the equipment is, the software. They still had to come on campus so that they could deliver those courses to their students out in the field. One of the things that we did was we created this broadband alliance, which is the ETCs, the eligible telecommunication companies. They're Frontier, Cellular One, the college, several others to work together on how we could improve the broadband that is really underdeveloped on Navajo. And we've helped the Navajo Nation with a grant application of $50 million that was just submitted a couple of weeks ago. And Navajo Nation asked NTUA to submit the grant in behalf of Navajo. And we provided the data that they needed. We've hired a company to provide the GIS data. And that data shows on Navajo where which communities are undeveloped. And so hopefully the application will reflect those communities that need the broadband work or improvement. The other thing is that we provided gas cards to students so that they could get to the hotspot or to drop off their homework. And we distributed those to the students. There's a lot of coordination we had to do to take the homework out to students and with the faculty in our transportation department. We've offered to pay their student monthly cell phone, their internet services, whatever it took to help students stay in school and to work with them. And it's been a real challenge trying to understand the communities that they are in and wherever they're at, even though they may have internet at home, they have to find a quiet room to do their homework or to get on to access the class. Then everybody is using that home computer. And so they have to work out a schedule where they can use their limited resource that they have. Next slide. This just shows that the internet connectivity, we try to get data from our students. And we did a survey, and here it shows that 73% of them had internet and 27 did not have internet. If they had 74% had access to a computer to complete their coursework, 26% did not have a computer. And if they had internet at home, 51% did. 21% used their cell phone. 10% used their family and friends. 7% NTU campus, 6% Wi-Fi, 3 others, and 2% they used their work for connectivity. Next slide. Plans for school officials and making home visits. This question might be mainly for K-12 students because we have a lot of parents that go to NTU and probably at the next college. But we've directly communicated with 1,044 students. Our student services, they do this bi-weekly check on students every 2 weeks, or every week they're trying to stay in touch with the students, and mainly to try to see how they're doing, if they need any help. And with faculty, we have this early alert system where they, if the student is missing classes 2 to 3 days out of a week, then they'll notify the academic advisors and the counselors, and then for them to intervene to see what's going on with the students. And we all have to work together to help students. The next one also shows that the number of coursework, they find that some had computers, so many had internet, 576 of them had internet access. 223, they needed some type of software update, and 160 needed advising, 211 need tutorial services, 75 needed help with registration, 124, they need help with accessing online resources, and 219 needed to contact their faculty member, and so forth. And then 116 needed transportation to hotspots. So we try to get this information and that help us to organize and try to use the resource that we have and how to try to figure out a way to respond to the student needs. Next slide. The severity of exploitation by family members of assistance made available to students under COVID-19 relief fund. I think in many cases, students are the ones that we're providing help intended for them for the remaining of the year. We received some CARES funding through Department of Education, and we've given $600 for full-time students and $300 for part-time. And we did that for a few semesters. And then parents losing jobs due to providing daily care for their children at home. We've given our staff a telework agreement, mainly on a short-term arrangement. And especially if they got exposed to COVID, if they needed to provide childcare to help their children with classes, online classes, or they have to care for an elder at home or something. We work out those on a case-by-case basis. Students, NTU students that need childcare, we also help them pay for their services. Sometimes they'll bring in a relative to take care of their children, and so that we try to help them as best as we could. We have a daycare center, and that will reopen here in spring 2022. Currently, it's closed. We don't have data on the number of parents losing their jobs. We don't have that data. Next slide. Inability of parents in providing online learning assistance to their children. The students here at NTU, many of them are very computer literate. I think they were probably the ones helping their parents with online, providing them online knowledge and how to help them through that process. But they are, I think, very well informed about it. And here we have like 95% of them say that they're computer literate. But there are, I think the older you are, you may not, we probably need more information about the internet. So for myself, I keep learning about it. With the online learning for dual credit students, we work with the high schools to make sure that students are understanding that as well. And we have to work through the high school to make sure that they understand our Blackboard training, and so that they can help students understand how to access files or upload or download data. Next slide. Adequate mental and emotional support of Navajo students and coping with fear and anxiety related to the pandemic. Our counseling department continued to offer services to students. The American Indian College Fund offered funding to support virtual counseling to students in need. Traditional ceremonies and in travel to meet students in need of emotional support, we provide some of that when we know about that and if the student is asking for some help. We offer certificate degrees here in suicide prevention and substance abuse training. And I think the numbers are stable. And so we see this as a need, so we try to do that. There are other resources available that we share with students. There's an online interactive role play simulation program for students called Cognito, and that students can access that online. There's a question, persuade, and refer QPR training intended for all students, and it's open for 1 year to complete. A mental health crisis team gathered information, conducted mental health training using Cognito, developed mental health crisis protocols for students, faculty, and staff. So number of students receiving services by type, the QPR, we have 29 students have completed the training. The counseling, 748 students use counseling services for different needs. And we have a 24-hour NTU crisis line available. And then just additional information about, the 29 counseling students trained in the QPR, 42 participated in Cognito, virtual mental health training, and 10 students sought the professional services, and 9 students needing traditional services. And we're advertising for a mental health counselor position. This kind of ties into, I think, the trauma-informed. We've submitted a proposal to the Navajo Nation, hoping that they would fund us, so using their CARES funding, but it was not considered. We've also have a new proposal that I'm working on now to put the appropriate budget forms into that, with that application. And I talked to President Monty Russell about this because the request is funding for NTU and the Net College, and that if we should coordinate some activities on how we're going to, if we get funded, how we're going to carry out some of the services. We should coordinate which schools, will the Neg College do and which schools will NTU do, for an example. So we're still talking about this with President Russell and Dr. Joe Martin at NAU. Next slide. I think that completes the PowerPoint. Honorable So and members of the committee. I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity for us to share some information with you. I don't know if you have any questions. We're glad to address them.
Thank you, Dr. Guy and Dr. Russell. Committee, Ms. Benali, has any other committee members jumped on the call besides Honorable Charlene So and myself?
Mr. Chair, you have Delegate Paul Begay and Delegate Pernell Halona.
Thank you.
And also Vice Chair Carl Slater is on the line.
Great, thank you. Thank you, committee members. I thought I was the only one, me and Charlene, so I'm glad you got back on the call. Committee, do you have any questions for Dr. Russell or Dr. Guy regarding some of the presentations?
Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I guess it's too bad that Delegate Eugene So wasn't able to hop on, but I think, it's great to be convening both the Net College and NTU. The main thrust behind this, from what I remember, is that we were really trying to look at how, Delegate So framed this as a recovery or emerging out of COVID, how to recover academically with our students. And I think there's some good ideas presented from both institutions to help with, say, the K through 12 side of things. But I really wish that Ms. Ghani was here, because that's where I think, we need coordination from the Navajo Nation government, and then also to track statistically like what the outcomes are for any interventions that we may support through ARPA. And I guess my ask to the institutions is to draft something in writing. I know there was a presentation. I listened to everything from both the Net College and NT, but I wasn't able to see the PowerPoint presentation. I'll hopefully be able to take a look at that later. If this could be submitted, not as a formal funding request right now, but to initiate that conversation with Dodie, because I know that they had proposals that was presented at the leadership meeting between the council and the president's office, but there weren't really any fine details. And I think the committee would really like to be in the driver's seat to support any expenditures for education that will come from the fiscal relief funds. We have some ideas, but we don't have, say, the expertise on how to track academic performance, or say the number of calls or requests for counseling, things on the mental health side. So I don't know, I just hear a lot of good things that are happening, without the government. And it doesn't mean we have to get our noses in there and screw things up, but if we could get a little more clarity, like in writing, in terms of proposals to, say, Dodie and the committee on how we can all work together, and if that equates to funding or just coordination on data and collecting, then I think it will help our students overall. So thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Angie Benelli. Acting Superintendent Pat Gawney is on the line. And I did also send a Zoom invite to Delegate Eugene So, as well as Delegate Otto So, and Otto So accepted, but I don't see his name on the line as of yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Otto Satilla, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, thank you for the discussion points. Committee members, anybody else? Dr. Russell, though, Dr. Guy, I guess the main thing is the aspect at, let's say, 4th and 5th grade, middle school, junior high. One, in years past, the bridge programs were highly successful. I remember the one Upward Bound, and there was other similar programs that really gave the students a pre-college exposure. And I think that was one of the positive effects. Now, how can we reach the BIE funded schools to offer these? The idea of offering it at the chapter level is good because it's outside the institutions, and in a way it can be the aspect of depending on the individual that's quote unquote teaching at the chapter level, could also be a language immersion aspect, as well as doing the the aspect of the indigenous environmental knowledge that could be advanced. And so those are some thoughts. And of course, the aspects of STEM, including art, would be something that I see as a positive aspect. And again, in the New Mexico portion, under the Martinez administration, there was such a movement to where education, teacher education, everybody, well, a good number just left that career because it was so hard to get good evaluation. It wasn't, the evaluations weren't necessarily related to the aspects of teacher education. Excuse I'm gonna put myself on mute because there's helicopter noise. Thank you. Sorry about that. Unscheduled surveillance. but those are some thoughts that I have. The other aspects of what we could move forward with is the ideal. What the Honorable Vice Chair Slater, what he presented. How can we package a proposal that would reach out to all students on the Navajo Nation, realizing that we may get the same group of students that are excelling, maybe some students that are behind, but those that have just said, I'm out. Those are the items that I think would be of concern. The reason I'm saying that is with the Cuba schools, they had the big article within Time magazine, and what they presented is the parents that basically dropped out or were low performing. Their kids are in the same boat, and a lot of their work was teaching the parents as well as the student to be more computer savvy, and in effect they did multi-generational education without that being a goal or an objective. That was a result. And that's the part I think perhaps some of the focus ought to go into that aspect. But that's very minor to the whole population of students that are behind as a result of this pandemic. Those are my thoughts as we go forward. Whoever wants to jump into the conversation, the teleconference floor is open.
Mr. Chair, this is Monty at Dene College, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's, to me, the opportunity that we really have. I think that, as I mentioned earlier, there's 71 million for BIE funded schools that they need to find a way. There's only so much plexiglass and, hand sanitizer that you can buy. So now it's about how do you use that funding to help accelerate and target, those students you identified, those students that are that may have fell behind, that have said, you know what, this is too hard, I give up. And so how do you try to re-engage them, I think, in a way? I think a couple of things I just want to throw out as a possibilities to comment on. One, I think, is we need to reassess how we defined summer school. Summer school right now is just primarily makeup work, just kind of, not doing a whole lot. Half of it is academic, the other half is, activities. It's a half a day. I think there's a way to target it and also tie in, say, Navajo language and make it much more experiential learning. And this can be driven. So that's one thing, is to try to get people together to say, let's stop doing what we have been doing. What we have been doing, even prior to the pandemic, left us 2 years behind. How do we try to reimagine this? And so I think that's one thing. I think the other is, you had talked about the bridge program and Gear Up and some of those programs that used to be like that. I think that's another opportunity. I think you can do this on two different paths, really. You could do something that is local. So the people locally, like say I'm here at Saylee, and let's say there's a school, they could come on their own to school. The other way, in addition to that, is there are, I think, roughly 14 residential schools within the BI system. And if you add on NTU and Dennett College, that's 16-ish. Utilize every single school at our disposal to say, okay, we're going to have a summer bridge program. We're going to have one in Crown Point. We're going to have one in Shiprock. We're going to have one at Rough Rock, many farms. Everywhere where we have residential, this is a joint effort, and utilize that school then for those students where maybe we can't get into with the bus. But even more to your point and what you were suggesting is don't just do the same thing everywhere. Have one of the schools be targeted with STEM education, maybe another be targeted with arts, maybe another targeted with Navajo language and culture, maybe another. So in other words, you utilize the experiences and the interest that the students have to engage them, because those students that have said in high school, you know what, I'm done, but they want to do art. Maybe like, at Dennett College, we have the cultural arts program. Maybe that's the way to tie it in. We all know that, weaving is a great way to teach geometry. So you tie, these different aspects in at every single residential school that we have on the reservation. And if you were to look at those numbers, we could hit a pretty high, and you don't just say BIE schools. You could allow public school students, whoever needs that help and support. And I think, you could easily get the BIE, to say this is an initiative of the Navajo Nation. They're not going to say no. And how do you try to move forward? We here at Dennett College, we created an MOU with BIE to kind of just do that, to try to get into all the schools. So, with the pandemic, it's harder now. Some schools are open, some schools are not. But the idea, again, going with this idea that enrollment has been dropping across the reservation and there are a lot of empty classrooms. How do you utilize that to our benefit? Creating tutoring rooms, creating different opportunities. So we created this MOU with the BIE to allow us to have access to every school they operate. And this then would allow us to be able to go out. We would set up the room. So I think there are some opportunities for that as we go forward. But I think, the thing that I guess, and I won't go into detail because the members of the committee, if you recall, during our groundbreaking at in Shiprock, we kind of went over some of these ideas that some were Navajo Nation centric and some were Dennett College. And this is kind of what we're looking at. In terms of how do you try to address, because, if we can raise that level, raise that interest, it helps us, it helps our students, it saves money. If more of our students out of high school are better prepared, that means less scholarship money is going to remedial education, whether they go to Dennett College or Harvard, though I don't think they have remedial there, but you get my point in terms of what we're looking at. The other thing is really focusing on as a strategy, dual credit as a bridge strategy. Again, going to Chair's point of interest, right? I mean, that's one of the major reasons why students decide I'm done with education is interest, and that's, it doesn't matter if you're very smart or not very smart. If you're not interested, you're just going to kind of check out. And I say that from experience. My son was one of those students who's very smart, but he's like, I'm not interested in this. And he checked himself out of high school once he knew what the law was in the state of Arizona. I had to haul him back to Rough Rock, but then he was interested there because there were things that he was interested in. So, it's not about if they're smart or not. And so I really like the way, Chair, you phrased it in terms of the interest. We need to try to find ways to interest our students. And I think that's what we have an opportunity with. So one is access. Well, we have all these schools all over the reservation. Let's stop looking at it as this is my, school boundary. This is your school boundary. This is public schools. This is the Navajo Nation, and these are our kids. So we're tired of the boundary issue. This is how we can address it. And then we can provide these opportunities. And look at even the residential programs are not just about, mini farms or Rough Rock. It's also about Holbrook Dorm. It's also about Winslow Dorm. We're talking about a way to attract and address thousands of students across the Navajo Nation. And so I think, to your point, I think that's one of the things we're doing. One of the things, and then I'll be quiet here, but one of the things that we developed is we created a grant with the New Mexico PED department to do a teacher education program. And so we have 3 initiatives within that teacher ed program. And it's part of the Yazi Martinez response in terms of trying to get more culturally appropriate education, sensitive teachers, and that. And so, but we have 3 areas: students that already have an AA, students that may want to try to work in a different area, but are interested in teaching, and then directly out of high school. But what we found is because of this pandemic, that we have students that are actually like in the state of Texas right now. So it's created opportunities, I think, for us to try to address this. And the other thing that it provided, which I think goes along the lines of what we talked about earlier with President Guy, and that is the counseling. So we have developed with Rexley Jim and our Sovereignty Institute, we got a grant from the Navajo Nation through the CARES Act, where we developed, a curriculum that helps school counselors, school social workers, health professionals to look at how do you try to address what everyone's going through, the impacts of COVID-19 from a traditional perspective. And in fact, just this morning, we had a presentation on language. How can you use language, looking at Navajo language, not just in a classroom, but the whole community. And we presented to over 500, close to 600 BIE cooks, bus drivers, teachers, principals in simple ways to address that. So you take that same idea of training and what we have now with, the potential of technology, we can hit a lot more people. We can really address this on a larger scale. We all have these small stories of success, all across the reservation, but we've always had a hard time scaling. Well, now because of the funding and the opportunities and technology, we have the potential to scale. And, so I really, I voiced the same comments that President Guy had. We really are appreciative. I'm really appreciative. The Net College is really appreciative to the committee for having this discussion, because I think we really have that opportunity. And as I'm talking, we're all of a sudden getting some rain, a nice rain here at the Net College, which must be, we're being blessed again. So thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to make a few comments if I may. This is President Guy.
Yes, Dr. Guy, go ahead.
Thank you,
Dr. Russell.
Mr. Chair, to all members of the committee, I just wanted to say that I think, well, first of all, at NTU, we really don't have the resources to provide services to K-12. We do quite a bit with the dual credit programs, but I think there's an opportunity to enter into an agreement with Secretary Deb Haaland directly on how we need to address the students attending the BIE schools. And I think we need to go above Tony Dearman. I don't think he's doing too much, but I think it's an opportunity to work out something at that level. The other thing is in New Mexico, we do better than with the Arizona legislature. This past year, we tried to get some money for tribal colleges and universities to help school districts providing tutorial services to K-12 students. We worked with Carlisle Begay And it was on the table, was on the discussion, but it didn't get funded. But I think in New Mexico, using the Yazi Martinez case, we've attempted now a few years using Representative Lenti to carry the bills. I think we should ask our own representatives, either it's Allison or Wanda Johnson. I think they should carry a bill for Navajo. Because when Lenti, this last one, we gave a lot of ideas to Regis Pecos, using some library services or to develop cultural materials. Then he was unsuccessful. And his negotiation, Lenti's negotiation, I think it benefited a lot of the Pueblos, but I don't think it really helped Navajo. Had nothing against the Pueblos, but I think in order to get something for Navajo, I think we need our own representatives to introduce a bill. One of the things that we want to do is we want to develop a curriculum development center to help teachers, help K-12 teachers on how to teach language and culture, not just in Navajo, but other, like with Zuni. That's where teachers need help. You can train them how to teach, but if you don't have the proper materials, then it's a real challenge for teachers to do an effective job without some really good teaching materials to help them. Those are a couple of things I just wanted to mention. We know the students that we are getting as graduates and our first year students, we know they will be challenged. And I just inform our student services to kind of, don't be surprised if they're a little bit further behind than the other students, and we need to help them. So we kind of already predict that through this pandemic and not having face-to-face classes, and we know that students have struggled. And like President Russell said, that they were behind already, and then the pandemic puts them further behind. And I agree with him on that. So yeah, Shnantai for this opportunity.
Yeah. In this manner, I agree with Dr. Guy that there needs to be official contact with Madam Secretary Deb Holland. One of the main aspects is the fact that Tony Dearman and Sharon Pinto haven't named I can't even remember the official title. All I remember it's prefaced with acting. We've interacted with several of the actors, and we haven't gotten down to this type of discussion. Mr. Chadabeta, are you on the call?
Not isn't Swedish na Chadabeta. Listening in.
Hakushila. Based on the conversation and based on that proposed legislation, those aspects where the task force would focus on, could we then have you draft a letter to Secretary Deb Holland, as well as Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Mr. Brian Newland, regarding these aspects that we're discussing and the willingness of the two institutions to help collaborate. And by secretarial orders, she may be able to redirect some of the 71 million to basically look at the aspects that could be used in helping the students catch up with collaboration from our Navajo institutes of higher learning. That would be a thought, Mr. Beta. The other committee members, feel free to jump in, as those are one of my reactionary thoughts as what's been presented. Committee members.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
Dr. Russell, Dr. Guy, and Mr. Beta. Yes, who is that?
this is Monty from Diné College.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, just two things to that is I would include, because about a third of the funding from BIE comes from Department of Ed, that it flows through, but it's still, so includes Secretary Cardona as a, you know, and that would provide even a twofer when they like working together. The other two is that there's 30, just a reminder, there's about $30 million that the BIE held in abeyance that they did not distribute, and they still have not, even on top of the, I think it was the 15 million that they held in abeyance with the CARES Act. So there's money that is outside of even the schools that they've set aside. And this would be a perfect project in terms of being able to say, you know what, you're not going to touch the money of the schools, but we want at least our fair share of 1/3 of that 30 million, which may be even higher now, maybe 45, so it might be 15 million. But they've set aside money from tribal colleges and everyone else to say, we're going to keep some for administration work. And they kept the whole bunch. So just an FYI there. Thank you, Chair.
Chair?
Good information, Dr. Russell. Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think we need to get a report on the 71 million that was made available, because that's what's been pushed out to schools, right, or the Navajo area. So I don't think we've really gotten a full appreciation of what's being done with that funding. Something to keep in mind maybe as we schedule things in October. I'd make that request.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. If we could get BIE representatives to appear before us. Miss Angelita Benali, that'll be another item that we could ask. What is it? Acting Deputy Division Director, Navajo Schools, I think is the title. Yes.
Mr. Chair, are you referring to Miss Emily Arizo?
If her 120 days aren't up yet.
Yeah, she's the acting associate deputy director of Navajo Schools, and she's the special assistant within the Navajo district with BIE.
Okay. Anybody else? Committee members? And Dr. Russell and your staff and regents, Dr. Guy and your staff. Again, I guess what you presented, we have the PowerPoint presentation and then the ideas that Dr. Russell, if we could get that in a form, again, as Honorable Vice Chair Slater had put into the thought, is how do we formulate a proposal that we can present to Madam Secretary Deb Holland, such that some of the 30 million as well as some of the 71 million could be redirected into the ideals that was presented here. I mean, I guess the thought is, in a way, because of the pandemic, we're going to have to reform Navajo education. Does it become a year-round system? And then in what I'm seeing on the New Mexico side is some of the charter schools, they're so focused on academic excellence, and some of them are using the Montessori concept, and the other aspect is first, second, and third graders are in one classroom, fourth, fifth, and sixth graders are in another classroom, and seventh and eighth graders, and depending on some of them, sixth, seventh, and eighth are in one classroom, and they're learning from each other. And as a result, the academic excellence far exceeds what is occurring in the public schools. Do we then look at that aspect too? And we do have charter schools within certain school systems in New Mexico and Arizona. Those are some ideas that have been keeping it on the side, and since we're talking about being creative, I thought that would be one item that we could also look at. Committee members, any other discussion? And again, if need be, Dr. Russell and Dr. Guy, if you feel like the committee needs to relook at it soon, please don't hesitate to contact the committee so that we can continue the discussions on this effort. Committee members, anybody else? Che, Greg, President Bigman, Shiaza Vice President Teresa Hatasi. You certainly can enter into this discussion that we're having now. Okay. Acting Superintendent Patricia Gunn. Siaza, do you want to address the committee and the folks on the call?
Chairman So, can you hear me?
Now we can. Oh,
Wonderful. Auto Health Education Human Services Committee, Dene College Leadership and NTU, Dr. Guy, Auto Triage, Dr. Russell. Thank you for inviting me today and to provide a little bit of feedback as to the discussion that is taking place today. I've been listening in and have been traveling this morning. We attended the division directors meeting with President Nez this morning in Gouldings, and I just made my way home and saw through email that I was needed on this call, so I quickly logged on. So reading through the legislation, Chairman So, these are poignant and important questions that are being placed out there by the new task force. Indeed, we have had a number of challenges in helping our schools meet their students' needs the past 18 months. And in response to those challenges, we have initiated just a few more pieces of collaboration with various entities this far. And that's just the start of what very much is needed to really transform the way we educate our children here on Navajo Nation. I think the pandemic surely has underscored a number of needs that we have faced as classroom personnel. I myself have served as a special education teacher, a special education administrator for many years. And those issues that we have known to be important and needed some layers of redress in the past have certainly been underscored. First of all, with the lack of a reliable internet connectivity. Second of all, the lack of resources. And then also a networking system that sustains professional development for our practitioners as well. And when we talk about professional development, I think we need to think beyond just our classroom teachers' needs. There are paraprofessionals in special education, and then within our K-12 classrooms, and then also our support personnel as well. The pandemic has impacted each of the lines of work that we do within the schools, whether we are food service personnel, counselors, or the teacher's assistants, bus aides. It definitely has changed the landscape of education. And so these are great opportunities for us to really forge partnerships with the local tribal universities and colleges that we have to help our educators. First and foremost, from Department of Dene Education, we have been communicating with Ms. Emily Arvizo and Karen Malone through our regular meetings. BIE will be making available an assessment the month of October for all BIE operated schools, and then to also include our tribally controlled grant schools as well. And I think this is a start in really getting our finger on how much learning loss or where our children are currently functioning at in regard to their respective grade level standards. I think that's a first that we need to place our finger on so that we can begin to focus where and how we help our instructional personnel. So that is an initiative that we have begun to have conversations with our BIE colleagues about. Second of all, there is a need to do more work as it has been voiced by Dr. Russell here, a resourcefulness and also making available the materials and emphasizing these experiential opportunities for our students to interact with the Diné language culture standards. All too often, we tell our students what they need to know. We need to take those standards a little bit further with our staff members through professional development to engage our students in really experiencing what we want them to know, and so that they can also begin to question and learn more about these standards when we introduce them to our students. So those are some initiatives that we are working on. The New Mexico Public Education Department has availed a couple of opportunities through the OSCAD department, where we are placing those newly awarded funds toward revisions of standards of Navajo language and culture, and then to also place those student and teacher assessments online as well. We continue to seek all opportunities under the ARPA dollars for the preservation of Navajo language and culture as well. We all know that the COVID-19 virus has really impacted our elderly who are most familiar with the Navajo customs and traditions, and then also who are the fluent speakers of Navajo language as well. And so in recognition of those, of that age group having been heavily impacted, these dollars are made available so that we can emphasize and expand the types of services that we are availing to our tribal communities. And through that, I know that there is a need for resources, ready-made materials that teachers can utilize in teaching the standards. And so that is a great amount of work that the OSCAD department is setting up to implement through these newly awarded dollars. Furthermore, we also have collaborated with Navajo Prep most recently for a submission of a potential $1.5 million to place toward training of our schools teachers, counselors as well, so that they have the resources and also the breadth and depth of understanding of the social, emotional standards that exist within the 3 states of Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. So while those are available, we expect our teachers to teach the social emotional standards. So this work will take that information further and embed the Navajo language culture standards and create some units along with resources that would be readily made available and housed on Department of Diné Education's website. And what is exciting about this grant opportunity is that we would rely on local knowledge from our elders to inform these materials that would be created. So most immediately, those are some of the partnerships that we are working on. And I just want to again say thank you so much. Dit apohone yajiko e ya kodope so chita haitit ahigi e ya sato bakahatil e what on finanish kwa Department of Diné Education. The Ischiniyajet social emotional learning standards Yisniki Baal Khach Echit Ane the North Hinkligi Ajigi Ochot Hajo professional development do training Bohuido As Ado ya bent on Nishigi Asning Hadadilyago the Department of the Net Education the website Ado Nahat Lato Les the Al Tapaninelgo public schools BIE that done Lenigi Ado tribally controlled grant schools Ajachos Indo Les Ochot Ago ya Kodo Besoch Dahidit Ahiki Sato ya Bakahadilya do Kodobe Odo Nishigi Ochot Anchinahat Akad Ado BIE Jis Ochot Andad Nishigi Nishi colleagues dan Lenigi Stoti Elchiniyaje di quite grade level just kaigi Ado Ohos Ahigi Ajabe Itne Ahisnigi assessments Ajigi Isto Adi October Hazidgo Qua Elchiniyaje test a date or least Benache Hozindo lek ad quite a holdish chinit is a ha iginante. Okot benache benahat apohonetza. So those are some of the pieces of work that we have started in collaboration with BIE and others as well. I should note that the respective state education departments of Arizona and New Mexico have made available their test results from spring 2021. And we are pulling down the information and asking our SEA's colleagues to help figure a way to really extrapolate the data that is pertinent to our Navajo students and schools that are located here on Navajo Nation. As you know, not all of the schools collectively have taken their respective high-stakes assessments in spring 2021. Here on Navajo, our schools were closed. However, whatever data has been captured, we are asking our partners to share those data points so that we have that as a tool to go forward and to use as part of our planning as well. So I hope that provides just a little bit of a snapshot as to the specific work pieces that we have in place here at Department of the Net Education. Again, I want to say thank you, Chairman So, for your leadership and then also helping support this new task group that would allow us an opportunity to take a deeper look at where we are with in terms of our education system here on Navajo and to make some impactful address of these issues.
Committee members. Any comments, questions, discussion? So we somewhat charted a couple of steps. Letter to Deb Holland, Madam Secretary, and Assistant Secretary. Shall we also then call on New Mexico PED? Because part of this, it seems like, again, New Mexico PED acknowledges that the public school system inherits Bureau-funded students, whether it be at mid-school or at high school. Now, how do we partner up with them? Those are some other thoughts. Moving forward, how shall we move forward on this aspect? The other is within the adoption of the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget, the committee did get the council to incorporate the aspect of Department of Education to look at the contracting of BIE administrative authorities and responsibilities. That's another aspect. And how do we then involve the former contractors? I don't know if that the contract's still in place, to the consultants that originally presented their findings at was it February 7th of 2019, and at the now famous Route 66 summit that we had. At some point in time, we got to pick up that big binder again and really look at it to see how we can move forward with that aspect. And again, the committee is open to suggestions. Oh, Honorable Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I really agree with everything you said, and particularly that last point. I think we need to bring Dodi back before us, and Shima-san and Ms. Grani, I hope you can make yourself available in October to get an update on that. I think the last I had heard there were questions that the 164 reviewers had posed back to the department on the proposal to move forward with that, 638 of the administrative functions. And, I think the committee's been pretty clear we're interested in exploring it, and we're supportive of the concept as it stands right now. But we just don't want it to be something that'll languish for, I don't know how long. I feel like we've been talking about this since maybe before I was born. But back to your other points on what do we do going forward. If we can ask both NTU and Diné College to, I guess, submit their proposals to Dodi and the committee simultaneously, and then we can help facilitate that through the Fiscal Relief Fund review process. And, if it comes to both us and Dodi, we can provide any feedback we need if we think we want some things fine-tuned. But that teacher, or the tutor core, I think is going to be a big hit with a lot of our colleagues, and a way to provide some utility to what could be, good cash assistance to young folks, or, scholarship assistance. So, I guess I want to see some of these just fleshed out on paper in more of the proposal and budget format, so we can think about if there are any synergies like with the scholarship office or other places to help bring them a little farther forward. And then I think it would be important for us as a committee to survey our colleagues too and see if there's anything else we haven't contemplated. And Chair, maybe you could send an email out to our colleagues on behalf of the committee. I just, as we saw with Delegate Eugene So, there's a lot of people who are sincerely invested in our youth education, and then, our adult learners too. And they bring that fresh perspective of not being on the committee and just kind of being a part of all these discussions. And that juxtaposition, I think, is really important when we're thinking about how to get the best possible programming. But I think those are the two or maybe three big things. Just getting these proposals in writing to move through the fiscal relief fund process, asking our colleagues, and then also maybe through Doty, any sort of surveying they could do of both BIE and state public schools. That'd be great to see what sort of programming they desire and if it would fit in within anything NTU and Genet College might be willing to offer or coordinate. And then lastly, getting that report in October on the 638 administrative functions, and I think also the DSAP, that those two are pretty important. Because all what we're doing right now could, and I think should build into what are our goals in the future. And to me, the committee has been supportive of both the DSAP and the 638 and trying to have a fully integrated education system. We won't be able to harness our collective efforts to something if we don't identify those goals and figure out what those next steps are on our side to make them happen. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Committee members? How do committee members, how do you want to proceed? If we're almost done with the work session, then the chair is open to basically accept the points that were raised in this portion of the work session.
Chair, I'll motion, I guess, to accept the reports and then maybe include the action items of requesting, the written proposals that should align with the fiscal relief fund application, budget expenditure plan, et cetera, that the budget and finance resolution set out, and then requesting a response from Doty on when they'll be able to present on the 630 to the administrative functions in the DSAP. I know they've been working with the Board of Education and others, and I think the President's office to see where things are at. And then lastly, with yourself requesting to survey our colleagues in building, an education initiative under the fiscal relief fund. And I forgot to mention with Doty, I think they presented some feedback to leadership on what data they've been collecting from BIE and from the state public schools, but any advisement they could offer in crafting an education package, I think would be good, but committing it to writing in a real proposal would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And then include the fact that we would like to enter into discussions with Madam Secretary Deb Holland on the 71 million and the unspent 30 million. Certainly those would really help.
I'll second the motion, Wanika.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Wanika seconds the motion. Any additional comments, discussion?
Chair, Shidishne Chad Abeda from OLC.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Mr. Abeda.
Yeah, Data, I've been researching how to meet with Secretary Holland, but under the leadership, we have the Assistant Secretary Brian Newland. And it says to request a meeting with the Office of Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. It says that you will need to use the submit a meeting request form. It's an online form, and we need a one-page briefing paper on the issue to be discussed. Second, action items for Indian Affairs to consider. Third, provide any material you wish on the topic. It's an online process.
I thought Chair So was going to text Secretary Howe.
Ako, so the three go vote ako. You have to submit it online.
So, Hakushi, Mr. Beta, just go ahead and let's abide by that, and then we'll also do the other aspects of going through staff. What Adole, Mr. Beta, go through those formalities and then let's see what we can work on. Adequate the nejo to kiss on the shida nilzeniki and nacha elto ajo di asahto de siki naswa de slices to what Adole Ado Sedania committee members. Going forward, any other questions, comment, discussion? Again, Dr. Russell, Dr. God, Otto, she has Patricia Garney, and committee members. I think we've taken some good actions, and there are very good discussion points going forward. Like you had. So there's a motion to accept the report as well as moving party adding some items additional to the motion. Satilla, Honorable Wanika, do you agree with those additional? Okay. Sheila, accepting the report with additional items to include in moving forward on this work session. Thank you. Okay. So with that, Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Yeah, just a real quick comment on this the legislation that we've been talking about. I just want to thank you to the presenters, Mr. Guy and Mr. Russell. Good to hear from all of you. I think in order to try to mitigate some of the setbacks we have from COVID-19, so our students can continue with their education and be caught up with their education. I'm not sure, but I haven't heard any discussion yet about possibly doing year-round education for the kids, at least for 1 or 2 years until we can get everybody caught back up. Because a lot of the kids that have dropped out, that have got away from the system during the time when we were doing online classes. I understand there's quite a few of those kids that never completed their 2020 school year. So I was just wondering, because this committee that we're trying to develop here needs to look at some other options like that to try to get all of our students back up to speed and then move forward with it and possibly come up with a better outcome as far as getting everybody educated to the right grade level. I just want to put that out there, Chair. So thank you. That's the end of my discussion. Thank you.
Hakushila, and again, that would be an item that we could discuss further. As these proposals are developed and as we collaborate with colleagues as well as with New Mexico PED and other states. What, Ayla, committee members? With that, could we have a roll call vote?
Hello?
It's okay.
Hello?
Now star 6.
Hello?
Star 6 again, star 6 again, that one.
Loud and clear. We can hear you.
Can hear you, Karen.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I'm here, okay. Roll call vote to accept the report. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Chair, can you hear us?
Now we can.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, HES committee. Roll call vote to accept the report. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
He voted green by text.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Pranal Halona, how do you vote?
One vote green.
Honorable Charlene Slow, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Chair, you have 4 in favor, 1 not voting. Chair not voting.
Thank you. So committee members, any other items you want to basically discuss and consider? I think just look forward on how to deal with learning loss and those aspects will also cause us to look at real educational changes and the possible education reform and cause the movement into a more expensive or another step into attaining educational sovereignty. So I appreciate all the presenters, and again, it goes to Honorable Eugene. So he put the ideals before us to generate this discussion. And we thank him for doing that. With that, committee members, if there's nothing else to put on to the teleconference, I'm open for motion to adjourn. The chair is open to a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Halona, to adjourn.
Thank you, Honorable Halona.
Second, Wanika.
Thank you, Cecilia. Second by Honorable Wanika. Could we have the roll call vote?
Roll call vote, adjourn. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
He texts to vote green on adjournment.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Pranal Halona, how do you vote?
Uh-oh. One vote's green.
Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Chair, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you. Committee members, thank you for participating in this work session. I think we've laid out some items both for Beltex and for Navajo education. I appreciate the discussion and the attention to this matter. With that, we are in adjournment. Take care of yourselves. Be safe. Wear your mask. Social distance. We'll talk to you on the next call.